Yeah, I'm waiting for your questions. If you have any other questions, please. Okay, so Yusra, I mean, does the startup we applied with need to be officially registered or the idea itself enough for participation? No, Yusra, يعني, if you already يعني, you don't have to have like a licensed startup, but your ideas that you are participating with, it should be end at this project with a product or a prototype that's working. So please, when you are talking, go slowly so that we can get you clearly and well. Okay, Etina, I will do this. And don't worry, all this session is recorded and it will be uploaded and sent to you. So the final pitch deck will be after 5 days from now. I mean, challenge date is right. That's right. Another one, please, about the trip to Morocco. Selected member must pay all the fees itself before being refunded, or you will give the ticket before the event. No, we will not make any money before the event. And after the event, we will give you a form. You will apply for this form for a grant. And this grant, when we received it, we will choose 3 teams, okay, to have a grant up to $500 after the event itself. Jana Khalid, yes, Jana, it will be needed to be ready before, of course, going, but we will need a submission. If the prototype is ready before your submission after 5 days from now, it will be better because we will make the filtration according to the prototype. If teams have prototype from a certain country, they're having a bigger opportunity to be represented inside Jitex. If not, so uh, uh, no, يعني it will you will have a lower opportunity to try to be winner. Yeah. Ujden, what of the rest? How are their costs being considered for travel costs? What of the rest? I don't know what means by rest, Ujden, but we are affording the part of the uh, exhibition, badges, mounting power pack, and helping you in getting the visa, not in paying it, but in giving you the license that will give you a visa upon arrival. Okay. You say shall only 3 shall get grants for the travel. Yes. The travel. Ojdan. Okay. So I get your questions. I think we will send you the criteria of choosing the teams that will get the refund or the grant after the travel. I think that's your question. We will give you how we will select the top teams. Yeah. If there is any other question, I'm with you in this. Yeah.
Mr. Hussein, can you hear me?
Yeah. I'm getting the questions to answer them one by one. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so Irini, do we get funding for the startup? Irini, the fund that you will get is for a grant. It's in the shape of the grant. It will be after the event for the top 25 startups who will be qualified for Rytex Africa. So we understand I'm among the top teams. I must pay all my fees to attend the event. Yes, the anonymous attendee who asking, yes, you will have to pay first and then to apply for the grant after then. And if you have the opportunity, you will get up to $500. The competition to select the three people with working prototypes, no, Etina. We will choose top 25 startups, okay? And they will have the opportunity to travel and to get like an opportunity to be exhibited and attend Joytex Africa and to compete on the level of the Africa Challenge itself. And after you come back, if you have applied for the grant, we will choose three teams to get this grant up to $500. Yes, the anonymous attendee, yes. You understand well. The top 25 will have the opportunity to be inside Jitex Africa, and three of them only will have the ability to have the grant. Uh, yes, Athena, yes, as you understand, yeah, that's it. I think this is very clear now. Okay, I think thank you for your questions, for your inputs. I think, yani, Saif, you can take it from here. I think the training will be starting after 15 minutes from now. If you have any other questions, you can send us on the info at africaiot.org and we can answer all your questions. Okay. And enjoy the training. And please be focused because it's like one of our amazing trainings you will get about business model, value proposition, and pitching. Yeah. Enjoy it. It will be after 15 minutes from now, inshallah. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Hussein, for this amazing orientation.
Thank you.
Hello, Engineer Ashraf. Can you hear me? Hello.
السلام عليكم، اخباركم ايه؟
عليكم السلام. عليكم السلام. إيه
بس
الأخبار؟
انت قافل الفيديو، مش عايزين نعمل فيديو النهارده؟ الباندوت ما عنديش مشكله انا، بس
لا
انا
لا لا.
لقيته بيقول لي انا باي ديفولت بخش بيبقى عامل فيديو، فلقيته بيديني نوتس دلوقتي، وبنطلع عيني برضو على ما دخل يعني. لفه طويله المره دي قوي،
مش
واريجستر
عارف.
ويبعت لي ايميل واستنى
اه
الايميل وادوس عليه. ده زوم معقده الدنيا، ما اعرفش
اه
يعني
حقيقي.
اه والله بجد يعني الابلكيشن كان اسهل من كده زمان، ما اعرفش جرالهم ايه.
ماشي طيب. أنا
Your
ممكن أعمل.
speaking language، حاضر يا سيدي. يعني we are going to speak in English. Okay.
اوكي.
Now we mainly will speak in English. مظبوط.
اه yes, we mainly speak English. You can try now to present.
Okay, yeah, I want me to share. ثانية واحدة. Let me share my screen. Uh, I have sharing مش كده؟ Okay, this is the window.
Yes, we can see now.
Okay, very good. And I am sharing from my iPad to use it as a whiteboard just in case if anything happens because of in latency because of the network. I will يعني stop sharing here and do it from the computer. Okay. Okay, so احنا say the majority of people are speaking in English, right?
Yes, yes. All session will
Okay,
be in English.
all section will be in English, and we have people across there. What are the countries? You didn't send me the profiles as usual.
Okay. I will try to send it to you during the session and for the next session tomorrow.
Yeah, for the next session, but at least tell me, we have people across all Africa. Mainly, do we
Yes.
have somebody out of Africa like last year? We had some people from Canada and Europe.
I don't think so. I think all from Africa.
Okay, very good. Great. How many attendants we have today?
Uh, Now we have 14 attendees, and we expect to
Great.
to raise the number مثلا 20 مثلا.
Okay, great. I will stop sharing for a second. I will correct something and be with you as soon as you tell me that we are ready. Okay?
Okay.
طيب يا سيد انا جاهز وقت ما انتم جاهزين يا حبيبي.
We are ready to start, Engineer Ashraf.
نبدأ.
Yes, yes.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, everybody. Actually, good afternoon or good evening. Both of them can go. This first day in the boot camp, we're going to talk about value creation. And value creation is actually the essence of entrepreneurship and innovation. First, let me introduce you to ourselves. Our name is Intersection. We are a company with a main mission where we would like to unlock success beyond the next big thing. What does that mean? We have been noticing over the years that all the entrepreneurs are chasing the next big thing. They just want to make the next big startup, the next big solution. They want to be fast growing unicorns. And we don't believe that this is the right way to go. So for 3-4 years now, we are as well partners with Giant in providing this boot camp because we share the same value. We believe that we need to unlock success without necessarily chasing the next big thing. A brief introduction, I founded Intersection back in 2017, and it was branded under a name 49. In 2021, we rebranded it to Intersection, adding a main founder, which is my partner, Kariman Adri. I don't know if Kariman has joined. I can see her on the panel. So she will try to join us, or maybe she won't. Our mission is clear. We want to create and empower others to craft what we call human-centered, aesthetically pleasing, and sustainable experiences. We envision a world where innovation thrives at the intersection of experience, design, sustainable businesses, and continuous learning. We will explain all that while we are going. We have decades in expertise in human-centered design, and we provide, in general, outside of this bootcamp, this is one of the offerings that we do with our partners. We have a comprehensive service offering, including experience design and venture design. A quick introduction. My name is Ashraf Tawakkul. I am originally an architect. I am the co-founder and CEO of Intersection.world. I used to work as an architect and a product designer. I have more than 35 years of experience in doing this. I'm a entrepreneur as well. I have been working on the digital frontier as well for so long. So a lot of people like to call me a digital innovator. I have always been using design thinking since I graduated back in 1984. And my main passion is to help startups and founders, entrepreneurs, because I believe these are the tomorrow leaders. And we really need to help them and cultivate them if we want this world to be a better place. Kariman, my partner, Kariman Adri is also an architect, and she embraces the fundamental principle of sustainable by design. She has more than 17 to 18 years experience in designing sustainable interior and sustainable architecture and product design. She has quite a global, we can say, reach in her expertise. She worked across Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Germany, just to name a few. Okay, so without further ado, let's dive into our session today. And I don't know if there is going to be a voice at your side, guys. We would like to have this session a bit entertaining, so we would like to have it interactive. So, Saif, how can they interact with me? Would they be through the chat, or would they be able to answer if I ask a question? Because I'm going to ask a question right now.
Okay, I will try to help.
So if we either can embed it on chat, I will be open chat in front of me right now, and here is the chat, so I can see everybody, host and panelists, everyone. So if you would rather prefer that they respond on the chat, this will just give me some feedback that I'm not talking to myself. Of course, if they can do that by voice, it would be great. So let's ask the first question until we see how it's going. What is a product or a service in that manner? Because everybody who is starting a startup actually starts with a big idea. Okay, we'll come to that later. But eventually, it's all about a product or a service. So I think the best thing to start today is understanding what is a product or a service. Ahmed, you wanted to talk, but I didn't actually receive. So if there are problems with the audio, guys, I think you can respond on the chat. What is a product? Let me make things a bit easier. How many products do we have in this picture?
I can see 2 products.
2 products, okay? Now Etienne said 2 products. Do I hear 3? It's like an auction, guys. Do I hear 3? Who's saying 3? Do we have a 4? Maybe 5? Anybody with 5 products? Yes, a product is a solution to a particular problem, but we'll come to that later. Now, currently, in its very, very, very fundamental thing, how many products do you have here? David? Asma says 5. Great, I have 5. 5. Can I hear 6? Anybody wants to say 7? How many products, guys? Oh, David went down to 3. Oh, okay, here we have Najwa has 6. Great, great. We have 6 here. Do I hear 8? Who said 10? Is anybody here with me on a 10? 10 products? No, I have somebody sitting beside me here saying 12. Hey guys, what do you think? We have 12 products here? Who would bid more than Najwa and say more than 6? Who agrees with the 12? Okay, so let's count them, guys. Okay, so we have a table, that's 1. We have a sofa or a chair, that's 2. We have a carpet down here. Here, that's 3. We have something in the reflection here. Maybe a vase, maybe a plant, that's 4. And then we have something here. What is this? Is this a book? Or is this a notebook? We don't know, but that's actually 5. Okay, let's start with that notebook or a book. First, that notebook has another product. It has a hardcover, which is hard carton. So that's a product. It has papers. That's product. It has a binding here, which this binding is some sort of a textile. That's another product. And what actually makes it a book, not a notebook, is the content inside it. So now we counted what? 10. And now the table. The table is a table, yes, but the table has glass that is finished. That's a piece of glass. That's a product. And that product is sitting on a metal frame. And that metal frame is covered with golden paint. So the golden paint is a product. The metal frame is a product. The glass is a product. Now we are like what, 15? They can keep going. The sofa looks as if it's on hard edges. So this suggests that it is some textile over a wooden frame or maybe a metal frame. That's another product. And that carpet down here, it has, as I can see, it has threads, and the threads has actually two colors, golden and beige. So how much did we count now? We counted something like 20 products, and we can keep going. So before we decide that a product is a solution for a particular problem, one very important thing I want you to understand about a product or a service, that a product or a service is the sum of all its parts. A product is the sum of all its parts. Okay? A product is a sum of all its parts. What does that mean? That means that you will never, ever, no matter how innovative, how matter inventive you are, with the advancement of technology that happened in the last 20 years, 99.9% of times, you will never come up with something new. You are always reusing and juggling existing products to produce an innovative product or an innovative service. That's very, very important. Any questions here? Or any arguments? Does anybody agree or disagree with this?
I agree.
Thank you, Muhammad. Okay, so
Yes, we agree.
yes, Etienne? Am I pronouncing your name right? Etienne, or that's wrong? How am I pronouncing it?
It's Etienne. It's fine.
Okay.
It's right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So, as a conclusion, a product or a service is the sum or the total sum of all its parts. Okay. It has another quality that we will come in shortly. After, guys, you answer me this question. Who is a customer? Let's make it easier. What is this young lady doing? She definitely is a customer. She's standing in some sort of a shop, willing to buy something. What makes her a customer? Who is a customer?
For me, I think the customer is someone that found the need of using your product to solve a specific problem.
Who is trying to use a product for a specific problem. Okay. Let's get beyond the problem part now. What is she doing in this picture? She's actually checking the back of some products that seem to be grouped in the same category. If these different bottles we have here and here, if these bottles are not in the same category, they would have not been put in the same shelf. Whether these are juices, these are hair conditioners, whatever it is, what is she doing? She's actually checking the back of the product. So what is actually that means? What is she looking for? She's looking for what helps her. She's looking for what we will delve into more details shortly. She's looking for a value. A value is way more broader than just a solution for a problem. So a customer, what makes a customer is that the customer is willing to give you monetary value in exchange for something valuable to himself. So this adds a new part to the product. So a product is a sum of all its parts, and it's an interface between you and your customer. It holds the value. Sometimes it holds the value tangibly, like the picture, and sometimes it's intangibly, like mobile phones. You subscribe in a mobile phone. Why? What is the problem? It's not a problem, actually. You want the value of staying connected. With 3G, 4G, all these, they are adding new components to the service or the product of a mobile subscription, which says you will stay informed. You can stay on the internet, not just receive calls. So as we see, the product or the service keep adding parts to it. But the mobile operator itself, to create this value or to create this product, is a customer for somebody else. They didn't just come up and invent all the towers and all the 5G and all the 3G and all. They didn't invent the infrastructure. They are customers taking bits and pieces from other providers. So they are customer for other companies like Nokia, Siemens, Ericsson, who in turn are not inventors. They are customers for other people, and so on. In a nutshell, we call this the value chain. So the whole idea of a customer is passing value, adding to it something that another customer needs and passing it on. So a product is a sum of all its parts. It's an interface between you and your customer is looking for value. He has a job to be done. That's his value. If this is juice, he has a job to do. He wants to stay nutritionist, and he wants to stay hydrated. It doesn't mean that he has a problem of being thirsty. You don't drink just because you are thirsty. So if you have a need, that need doesn't always have to have a problem. We'll come to that in a minute. This is very important. So you are not in the business as an entrepreneur, as an innovator. We are not in the business of just solving problems. No, we are in a bigger business. We are in the business of providing value. Okay? Now let's step back a little bit, because at the end of the day, we want to make a living. All of you. Who does want? Who's in this game for making a living? Huh? Who is here today because he hopes to see his idea, his solution, his small company making money? Okay, so let's talk about economics. Does anybody know what economics mean? What is the difference between economy and finance? Or economy and business? Any idea? Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, economic for me is the way of a strategy or technique on how to save some money. And fun and business for me is how to market something, sales, and get some money. That's how I understood it. I understand it.
Anybody has any other understanding? Okay. Well, actually, that is less than half the truth. The main difference between economics and business is that business is a subset of economics. Economics is more of an ecosystem. Economics means how a certain society, it's about human beings, it's about value. How can they produce value and exchange that value between themselves, between other societies, as a source of wealth? So, in that essence, economics has two parts. It has how to do business, how to make a transaction, but it also has a notion of a bigger thing. It's about the society. It's about being useful. It's about people having, delivering, and consuming value. Okay, there are only two thinkers who came up in the modern ages, that was around 1800, and they were thinkers that their thoughts turned to be theories, economical theories. One of them is the capitalism theory by Adam Smith, and the other one was the socialism by Karl Marx. Okay? Now, they turned into other things because economics turned to, as soon as you're talking about wealth and societies, economics also includes politics. So, capitalism produced industrialism, and Karl Marx introduced socialism. But now, from the two theories, we are living in the capitalism part. So, if we want to look at the theory of capitalism, very simple two rules. There are very simple two rules, like 101 capitalism. Number one, there has to be scarcity. What does scarcity mean? Scarcity means that there should be demand, not demand, there should be rarity in some value in order to be able to take advantage of supplying or creating or catering for that scarcity and have an exchange in return. So the number one rule is scarcity. It's not demand. Scarcity creates demand. So if you want to create demand, if you want to fake demand, you have to create a scarcity first. Does everybody understand the difference? Because this is very, very important. Okay, let us give a true example. Can anybody tell me where the entrepreneur in this picture is? This is a true picture from a from a remote village in Egypt. Where is the entrepreneur in this picture? This is the entrepreneur in his car. We'll come to this picture later again. But what really is here is scarcity. This is a remote village that doesn't have clean drinking water. It doesn't have the infrastructure of this. We can see that it has electricity, maybe mobile towers, but it doesn't have clean drinking water pipelines. So water in this specific vicinity is in scarcity. That scarcity is relational. Why? Because another village around 50 kilometers away from it has water supply, where water is not scarce at all. So this guy gets the water for free 50 kilometers away and drives the car here. So, and he sells this gallon for around something like $1, less than $1. Why? Because there is a scarcity. The scarcity of water in this village created demand on clean drinking water. In another village that already has water supply, there is no scarcity there. You get what I mean? So it doesn't start with demand. And this doesn't mean that the value or the need of drinking water is not existing in the other village. We still have the need. There still is value, but in one village, water is in surplus. So you just pick water from anywhere. You don't need to pay for it. It's not a commodity that you can exchange. It's available. So there is no demand, but it's there. Do you get what I mean? So now, even in other, to complete this example, and please stop me if it's not clear. What if we take a look at Nestle? They make bottled water. Why? What is in scarcity here? There is water in taps. They convince you it's not in scarcity. So what they try to convince you, that's how we create scarcity. They try to convince you, and they succeeded to a good place because they are not 100% right, but at least 50% right. They convince you that the water in your taps is not good for drinking. It's not 100% good for drinking. It has extra minerals that might be harmful. It maybe have some salts that could be harmful to the kidney. It's not 100% clear. So this creates scarcity, not for water in general like this picture. It creates a scarcity for drinking water, safe drinking water. Now, that creates demand on different products. Maybe water filters, maybe bottled water, different types of products or services that are the sum of all its parts will come to solve this scarcity or to provide supply for the demand created by the scarcity and have a business run. Okay, any questions here? So the second rule in the capitalism in Adam Smith theory was, okay, you need to have, in order to provide exchange value with a community or a society and make wealth and provide value, that's the capitalism. You need two things as a basic thing. You need scarcity, and then you need resources. Of those resources, we want four things. There are four basic things, and they stand until today. The first thing is land. You have to have a piece of land. The car is going on land. The car from this picture is driving on land. He parks it at the end of the day on a piece of land in his garage. He pays money for that. He stops on a specific part in the market. You always need a piece of land. Even in the digital age, don't tell me I'm on the cloud. There is nothing called the cloud. We just tricked ourselves into that word. Data doesn't live in the air. They live on servers. Those servers live in racks. Those racks live in a building. That building is living on a piece of land. Oh, no, I don't have a land. I'm working from my dad's home. Okay. You're working from your desk that is 1 meter by 70 centimeters on one room that is part of an apartment that is part of different floors of a building that is sitting on land. That's why real estate is extremely important. Sometimes we mess it. Sometimes the people dealing in it create false or exaggerated scarcity that increases the demand, in return increase its prices. That's the danger in capitalism. Overdoing things can result in a bubble, like what happened in the internet in the late 90s, like what happened in real estate in 2008. Okay? So land is an integral part, and it's very important for you to understand this because this goes into your valuation afterwards. It goes in how you think of creating the economics or the financials of your business, how it's going to grow. Okay. The second part you need, the second resource, so this is number one. Your second resource is capital. And capital doesn't mean cash. What does capital mean, guys? What does capital mean? Anybody has an idea? What do we mean with capital? Assets. Thank you, Marwan. Thank you very much. That's an 80% right answer. Let me put it in another way. What Adam Smith meant with capital was not just assets. It was an asset that can produce the required value. In the case of our picture here, the entrepreneur sitting here in this car, driving this car, his main asset is, his main capital is the car and the tanks behind it. Okay? So sometimes you might have the capital in hand, but sometimes you might need cash to buy the capital. But capital doesn't mean cash. Take this in your consideration. We're talking value here. The whole idea is about creating and delivering value. Cash is one form of monetary value, not value. And number three, you have to have people. You have to have human resources. The guy has somebody sitting beside him here, and he has somebody else standing backward here, so they can work with the capital to provide the value to the people. Right? Okay? And finally, the most important piece of the puzzle are entrepreneurs. Adam Smith figured that out in 1800, or actually 1790. You need somebody to spot the need, to spot the scarcity, and to take advantage of all other three things. To orchestrate the land, manage the capital, get the people to deliver the value that responds to that scarcity. Hence, that's why in the capital world, in the Western part of the world, including our countries, and specifically developing countries, we pay huge attention for entrepreneurs. Why? They are the orchestrators of responding to scarcity. And that means another thing. Can anybody tell me why entrepreneurs? What does this mean for as an entrepreneur? Why do we want entrepreneurs? Why are we helping you guys? Why do I said it in the introduction about myself. Why do we help entrepreneurs? Is it because we want to create a lot of greedy business people? No. It's because we want people to help the community solve the problems. Okay, that's one part of it. That's what Adam Smith meant, part of. But there is another thing. What is it? Entrepreneurship is an act of leadership. Leaders are born with entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are instinct leaders, because a leader spots an opportunity and then tries to orchestrate, find a way to get capital, manage the part of land, who's going to work with him. He still doesn't have money. How is he going to get the people to work with him? These are all acts of leadership. Then convincing the customers that he has the value. These are leaderships. And in that sense, I want to ask a question, and I'm not going to move until I have an answer. What is the difference between leadership and management? What is the difference between leadership and management? Entrepreneurs are born leaders. Are leaders working hard to become leaders? What is the difference? And that's the main problem we have. Because then they need to learn management. What is the difference between leadership and management? Okay, take that question. I will leave it for a couple of slides and we will come back to it before the break. Now, entrepreneurs like yourself, what is an entrepreneur? An entrepreneur is a person who always seeks out for change. That's the definition in the dictionary. Responses to that change, takes advantage of it as an opportunity, and takes calculated financial risks in the hope of profit. So you will hear a lot of people telling, an entrepreneur is a risk taker. This is not true, guys. This is not true. This is not true. True entrepreneurs are leaders. They learn the difficult way by taking risk and then failing big, miserably. So they understand that they should have calculated the risk. The main trait of an entrepreneur or a leader is spotting an opportunity to change something. And that's the beauty of scarcity. When you respond to scarcity, you are changing something. That's the whole idea of entrepreneurship. An entrepreneur has an eye to spotting opportunities, has an eye of seeing where there are scarce conditions that needs to be changed. And that change provides him an opportunity to give a value through a product or a service to a set of customers. To do that, he takes calculated financial risk. Entrepreneurs are not gamblers. Of course, everything is with the will of God. We don't know. We certainly don't know, but we can do the best of our knowledge. We don't know what's going to happen next minute, tomorrow, but we can try to forecast what is going to happen. That trying is calculated risk. We don't just sleep, dream of a solution, wake up in the morning, borrow money from here and there, and yeah, let's do this. That's the problem behind chasing the next big thing. That turned to be now the culture of entrepreneurship, which is not true. And the only reason of this is because the financial hype that happens. I want to ask you a question, and I know it's argumentative, so we can argue about tomorrow, but you can answer me. How many is on Facebook? How many of you guys are on Facebook? None? That's great. I'm very happy.
No, I am on Facebook.
Okay. Dave is on Facebook. Who else? Etienne is on Facebook. Can I say that all of you are on Facebook? Do you agree? Let me ask you one other thing. Was there true scarcity in what Facebook was doing when he started that company? Or did he create the scarcity to trick you guys into joining his network? What is the true problem that Facebook solved? Nothing. Unfortunately, nothing. But he created a scarcity of status. No, it was not hard in communication because we had email. Everybody was happy with email. We had Messenger way before Facebook. We had WhatsApp way before before Facebook. We had SMS and mobile phones 6 or 7 years ahead of Facebook. We were communicating. He came as an extra channel. But the scarcity he used was, and he used it, I might believe he used it evilly, there was scarcity in status. He tricked us to tell us people need to know that you're a hero. People need to know that after you graduated from school, you did well at law school. People need to know that after you went to medicine, you changed career and you became a famous actor. It's about status. Facebook is about social egoness. It's about self-ego. We call it in business, proper business terminology, when we analyze it in case studies, Facebook is an egocentric social network. It's built on a concept that was completely built by Facebook, the scarcity of something called FOMO. Does anybody knows what FOMO is? FOMO. What does it stand for? Fear of missing out. It's not about communication. Yes, David, it's fear of missing out. And not you missing out what other people are doing. No, no, no. It's fear of you not saying I am here. And it became, that's why he bought Instagram. That's why he bought WhatsApp, because he knows that this thing is not going to last forever. It's not a true value, but he tricked a lot of people into it. And then he took all our information and he is bluntly selling it. And when they questioned him in the Congress, he said, I didn't trick anybody. Everybody who signed to Facebook from the very beginning signed an agreement with me. That agreement had a clear article in it saying that I am entitled as Facebook to selling all his information, including his personal information, his name, sex, place, and everything, to whomever I want to make money. And we all click the accept. That's an example of creating scarcity of something. You create scarcity for something. So I'm not a big fan from him as a person, but he's a brilliant entrepreneur because he spotted the opportunity. He understood that people in a very communicated world with internet and email and mobile phones could need or would value showing off. So he decided to create scarcity of that and thus create demand on it, and in return provide a solution. Okay, so an entrepreneur usually goes in a set of zones, and this is actually, this is the preferred part of my partner explaining, and she works on it very hard, and she has a lot of insights into doing this, which is any person, when we look at the risk taking, we say that the low risk or the low reward is a safe and controllable environment. So an entrepreneur, why we want entrepreneurs? Why do they make great leaders? Because the first step, he decides to be an entrepreneur like any of you. You step out of your comfort zone. You step in an unknown zone. And that unknown zone, with you don't know what's going to happen next, gives you fear. But then, if you start to be successful and you are self-aware, you start to learn. So we move out to the learning zone. And if you successfully move from the fear zone to the learning zone, you will go on to growth zone. You will set new goals. You will live dreams. You will find purpose. This makes you a leader. And still, my question stands. What is a difference between a leader and a manager? What's the difference between leadership and management? So until we come to that part, entrepreneurship is about change. You see scarcity, you see an opportunity in that scarcity, you want to change it. And innovation is about change. Innovation, in a nutshell, is executing change. Innovation does not mean an invention. The iPhone was not an invention. It was not the first, was never the first it was never the first smartphone. For sure, it was not the first touchscreen phone. But what did it do? They looked at some qualities and they designed it, they innovated in taking different pieces that existed before, putting it in a form that actually in 6 months changed the entire landscape of communication. The iPhone is responsible for all the smartphones and the touch screen, or for the entire ecosystem that's been there for 10 years. So innovation changes. True innovation changes ways. How people deal with their scarcity, how people deal with their daily tasks. So an entrepreneur innovates, spots what an entrepreneur does. He spots an opportunity with scarcity because that means there is a user base for it. He innovates a product or service that delivers value that can change a status quo. Is that clear? Any questions till now? Any questions? All well?
It's okay. We are fine. And the concept of innovation, that's my first time to understand it clearly, because I always thought innovation was an invention, and we studied clearly, and that's what it is. A change affected to induce added value to something that exists.
Very good. And we will delve into that in more details as we move on. I'm just still laying down the ground. So that's why I keep asking, is it clear? If you guys have any questions, please come up. Okay. Now, my next question is, what is a business? What is a business? Can anybody tell me what is a business? Okay. As Peter Drucker, the guy in the picture, says, the only purpose of business or of a business is to create a customer and keep him. David said it is the selling of goods or services for sole purpose of making a profit. That's a short-sighted, David. I'm sorry to tell you this. That's a very short-sighted thing, because this means that you're not going to build something that will last. You are always in the risk of running out of what to sell. Peter Drucker is an American consultant from an Austrian origins. The guy died in 2006, almost 90 years old. We call Peter Drucker the father of management. In schools of business and in schools of management, Peter Drucker is one of the most acclaimed thinkers and consultants we ever had in the modern age. As you can imagine, dying at the age of 90 in 2006 means that he was active in the 80s. His books, theories, and writings, his consultation, he consulted the top CEOs in the world. He coached them and consulted them. His writings are still our guidance. That's why we call him in the modern day. He predicted things in the 80s that were not there, and they are happening now. He's a great thinker, and we call him the father of management. His name is Peter Drucker. His writings are extremely simple, very simple, straightforward thinking. Great. And if you are going to read any management or innovation books, I highly recommend you looking for Peter Drucker. One of his seminal books is a book called, it's a small book, brilliant book. It's called, as you can guess, Entrepreneurship and Innovation. He has a book called like that. It's a beautiful book. He has a very simple code. The only purpose of a business is to create a customer and keep him. You need to think of your business as a long-term growing thing. You can't just make goods and sell them and that's it. No, because every time you acquire a customer, you invest a lot. You don't feel it, but there is a cost for what we call customer acquisition. And how we judge businesses is with something we call it the lifetime value of a customer. Anybody who dealt with mobile operators, they will find them talking about something we call RPU, average revenue per user. Because if you keep the customer, he will keep buying from you. Other things as well. That's what great brands do. They just keep you in, like Apple, like Google, like Mercedes, like BMW, like Toyota. It doesn't have to be luxury. So your main role as an entrepreneurship is all about serving, growing, and keeping customers. That's your entire role. You are doing the innovation not for the sake of innovation. Yeah, you're innovating to serve, grow, and keep a customer. Because if the innovation doesn't change something negative to positive in a customer's life, it is not an innovation in terms of business. It's a creative idea. We will come to that shortly when we talk in more depth. So your entire life as an entrepreneur is about serving, growing, and maintaining or keeping customers. And in a nutshell, the customer has a life cycle. You have to understand this. If you want to create him and keep him, he has to be aware of what you are doing. Then he will consider it. It doesn't mean that he's aware that he's going to buy. And then he will consider. If he feels comfortable, he will purchase. That purchase doesn't mean that he is self-satisfied. If he's not satisfied, he's going to badmouth you and you will go on what we call a negative feedback cycle. Your aim is to understand the true customer life cycle. The true customer life cycle starts with awareness, consideration, then he purchases. He's your customer. You need to work on making him satisfied. Because if he's satisfied, not only will he stay with you and buy other things for you, no, he will promote you. He will become your advocate. That's what customer loyalty is all about. We want them to be our advocates. You find fans about BMW defending cars of BMW like crazy. Give you something even more. I don't know how many of you know Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson is so customer centric that anybody who buys a Harley Davidson motorcycle, even if he doesn't buy any other else, he immediately after the cycle, that's how they keep him in. He doesn't ride any motorcycles except Harley Davidson, and he advocates Harley Davidson very much. BMW is the same. Think of it like that. Apple fans. If we've never heard in masses or in even a good proportion of iPhone users shifting to Android. But the fact of Android being fragmented across many brands makes it easier for Android people to switch to iPhone. And when they switch to iPhone, they start advocating it. Why? Apple understands this cycle. And this understanding of the cycle has to be inherited in your DNA as an entrepreneur from the very beginning, because that's your role. That's your role. You, life as an entrepreneur, as a business person, is all about customers. One of the most successful companies in the world is Amazon. Amazon is so customer focused and customer centric to the extent that Jeff Bezos, the founder, the CEO, and the chairman, until he stepped down recently from being a CEO, he stayed the chairman, the richest man on earth, his entire life leading Amazon. In the meetings with his seniors, there is always an empty chair. You go to the meeting room, there are 6 people, there is always a 7th chair empty beside him. 10 people, there is an 11th empty chair. There is always an empty chair. And he tells everybody in the beginning of the meeting, this empty chair is the chair of the customer. The customer is sitting here. He's attending our meetings. They are so customer obsessed. And that's why Amazon grew to be trillions of dollars. Apple is the same thing. Microsoft, in its new comeback to the digital area, became the same thing. It's all about the customer. So, what is a business model? A business model simply is how a startup or a company, we agreed it's all about the value. The product is just an interface. That's a very, very important concept you have to understand. So in simplicity, a business model is how a company or a startup creates value to its customers, delivers this value to its customer, and captures value back from their customers. It's 3 acts. And they all comply with the wheel of the customer life cycle. How do you understand your customer, create the value they want, deliver that value, and in return, capture value back? Now, the business model canvas is a brilliant way of putting that in a manageable way. So at the very center of a business model canvas, you have a value proposition. What is the value you're proposing? I can see that we have majority of our attendees are males, are boys. The majority this time are males. When you propose, there has to be somebody on the other side, right? You just can't propose to yourself. You propose to a girl. So the idea of value, when we say value proposition, which is mean you're proposing value to whom? To a certain target customer. That's the essence of your business model. Value is value if valued. Value is value if valued with a D. So value is not in your eyes. It's in the eyes of the receiver. When you propose to a girl, you're proposing the value of being married, of living together, of sharing life together. If she doesn't value you, she doesn't see the value of living with you, she doesn't take the proposition. So there is no proposition. Get what I mean? So as simple as proposing to a girl to have a marriage needs two, in a business, it needs two. You and the customer. It's all about the customer. It's not about you. It's not about what you think. That's why this culture of the next big thing, the big idea, is so irritating to me and to other people as well. We're not the pioneers in this in the world. There are schools, but we are on that school. Why? Because you cannot project your thoughts on a customer. It happens the other way. Always remember the example of proposing to a girl. No matter how wealthy you are, if she doesn't like you, if she doesn't see the value in you, there is no proposition. You can't force her to marry you. So I don't understand entrepreneurs and companies coming up with their own ideas and trying to force it on customers by wasting millions of funds in marketing and activities and seminars, and then they don't understand they failed because your proposition doesn't match the customer. It's the other way. That's why we don't call value and target customers, we call it value proposition. It's a proposition. You need to validate that your customers want it. It's not about you, it's about your customer. Remember, entrepreneurship is all about creating a customer by finding what value he wants, serving that customer and keeping him in. So that's why the first two things you look at, they are inseparable in the business canvas. You need a value proposition, and the value proposition reflects on a target customer. Now, if that value the customer wants, that value, you discovered what the customer wants, you need to move through the second part, creating that value. So you need to understand what the key activities, because out of every 100 entrepreneur who asks for investment, you know how many people get investment? From every 100 entrepreneurs applying for investments to fund their activities and resources, to create the value, how many actually gets investments? I need an answer. Guys, I usually see girls and ladies more active. So Najwa, what do you think? How many from every 100 startup globally applies for an investment? How many do you think get funded? Guys, put it in the chat.
Very few.
Yeah, how many? Less than a quarter, okay? Who else? That's 25. 10. Who else? It's actually the international average is between 5 and 10. So this means that there are something like 95 not getting investment. Do they all fail? No. So again, the other part of the culture now is about me. To be an entrepreneur, I need to get an investment. No. Even you might need an investment, but for starting, you don't need the investment. The more, because at your starting, why are only 5 getting investment? Because risk is so high. If we are saying that entrepreneurs must be risk aware and they take calculated risks, investors, do not take risk. Financial people do not take risk. They're in the business of putting money and breeding money out of it. That's their bread and butter. So they do a lot of calculations to pick up only 5. If it was about taking risk, they would have funded less and took 100 from the 100. It's not calculated like that. But the moment you start your company, what sets the 5% apart? Nothing. It's not in the 5%. It's in the heads of the investors. And it's usually that investors believe, due to their own statistical calculations, that this next big idea will happen. And actually, statistics about opportunities that investors missed that became huge businesses are way higher than the opportunities that made home runs for the investor that they invested in. These are proven with numbers and statistics. But still, it's a money game. He invests in 5 and he accepts a ratio of 10% success. So he actually invests in 100 in order to have only 10 successful. And those 10 successful people, according to his calculations, make the money he lost in the other 90. That's how they do it. How many of you guys listen to music and artists? Let me give you another way of how we calculate it. Are everybody familiar with records? And before we had Spotify, before we had all the streaming music, albums used to come out on CDs, right? There is a reason why the CD had never had less than 8 to 10 songs. Why? Because usually from the 10 songs, only one hits. And that one hitting song sell the albums to cover its entire cost. And that paved the way to something called concerts. So they make the concerts, they produce it once, and they find which song resonated with people, and then they produce what they call the single album to cut cost. And that paved the way for streaming music. Now, if you look at your habits in streaming music on Spotify or on Drizzle, on Amghani, on whatever service you're using, you're not listening to albums. You're listening to certain songs. You have your own playlist. Okay, so this means that the same statistic is true in investment. So for you to get to a more or less risk stage, and statistics show us that entrepreneurs seeking funding beyond seed funding or seeking Series A or B, getting funds on Series A and B are higher than entrepreneurs seeking seed funding and pre-seed funding. Why? Because risk is less. You've validated your customers, you have a company that is standing, you understand really the value is, and you have traction. So the idea of a business model is that you try to burn cash as low as possible in order to be able to move to a stage that is less riskier for investment if you need an investment. So that's why we say in creation, the key activities. The activities that you only need to do, and the resources that you only need to have. Anything that is not crucial to innovation, which means crucial, I mean by if somebody else does it, he can actually kick you out. You only do what you need to do, what is unique to your vision on the value that you are giving to your customer. Okay, anything out of that, you take it from partners. Now you created the value. Now you work on how to deliver it, what channels you're going to use, and how are you going to manage your customers. And customer relation management doesn't mean after sale. It means managing the entire cycle. From before being a customer, from actually putting him in the pipeline, getting him aware and making him consider, and then purchasing, this is a customer relation management. Customer relation management systems is about managing the entire customer life cycle before being customers. People misunderstand this part. A lot of people, I found a lot of entrepreneurs misunderstanding CRM as if it's a loyalty system. It's after sales system. It's not an after sales system. A customer relation management is basically there for you to forecast who your customers is and follow them in the cycle. How many of them got aware, who did consider, and making sure that the people got considered purchased and the people who purchased are satisfied. It's an entire cycle. That's a CRM. So that's a business model. You create the value, you deliver the value, and then everything here, and here results in cost. And the value you take from your customer gives you revenue. Revenue minus cost tells if you're profitable or not. So what is value? What is value? How do we understand value? We agreed. Can you repeat the CRM, please? Yes. Before we move, Marwan. A CRM stands for Customer Relation Management. Okay? Your relation with your customer starts before him being a customer. Because we said that your entire role is to serve, grow, and keep a customer. You need to find a customer, serve him, grow him, and keep him. So a CRM manages the entire thing from the point of prospecting customers. If anybody went into professional sales, he understands in sales, we have a funnel. That funnel starts at the very top with what we call suspects. We suspect that he could be a customer. That goes into your customer relation management system. And then that suspect, we try to make him aware. If he's aware and he maybe is about to go into the consideration phase, then he is a prospect. And then when he purchases, he is a customer. And then in the after sale, he starts having problems and questions. How do we deal with him? If he is a satisfied customer, he becomes a loyal customer and start buying from you again or promoting to other customers. So this customer life cycle is managed with CRM systems. There are a lot of CRM systems available for startups online. now with the digital age, like HubSpot, like Zoho, they all provide small scale CRMs free of charge or for very less money for startups. Why? Because you need, the moment that, as we said here, that you have a value proposition, and that value proposition has a target customer, that's a suspect. How do you get reach? How do you know those target customers? We do SAM and TAM and so on. We will come to some of these things later, but that's not the focus. Marketing is not the focus today. But a CRM actually carries your customer target segments. Maybe you put out a newsletter and get people to sign up to the newsletter. If they find your newsletter worthy, has some good information, so they sign up with the email. They are not your customers yet, but that email and their details go into the CRM because you are giving them this newsletter in exchange of them giving you the permission to tell them the value you have. And if you give them a newsletter that caters for a different value than the one you want to propose, you're going to lose them. You need to think from within their shoes. We'll come to that in details after the break. Is that clear? So a CRM is where you manage the entire life cycle. People before they are customers, who is aware, if they are aware that they move on to consider, if they are considering they are suspects, what should they be doing to convert them into customers? That's when they purchase. After they purchase, I need to make sure that they are getting proper attention so they are satisfied, because if they are satisfied, they will give me more leads and they will purchase something else from me. Is that clear? Is it clear, number one? So that brings us back to our question, what is value? How many of you guys know the pyramid of Maslow? The hierarchy of needs. How many know the hierarchy of needs? Sorry, Guy. I'm sorry, Asma. I didn't see your answer. I didn't know that we have the Q&A working as well. I just noticed it now. So, David, you have posted in the Q&A as well as the chat. So now I have both of them open. So if anybody wants to interact on either of them, that's okay. Sorry for the inconvenience. Okay, so how many of you guys know what is the hierarchy of Maslow, the hierarchy of need, Maslow's hierarchy of need? Does anybody know it? Yes. Marjorie, it's a psychological, safety, belonging, esteem. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Let's put it in more light. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Abraham Maslow was a psychologist who tended out, he's a behavior psychologist, who tended out to understand why do people do what they do. So he came up with his theory that turned to be one of the biggest institutions now. It's still there in the US. He did that in the early 60s. and he came with a basic model. That model has changed completely now. It added a lot of subcategories to it with technology, but as an entrepreneur, as an innovator, all I want you to understand is the basic model, the original model. His model states that it's a pyramid, it's a hierarchy. And why is it a pyramid? Because things have to go in steps from down to up. And when you move from one step to the other, this doesn't mean that you don't need the lower step. No, it means that you satisfied it. If you satisfy a step, this doesn't mean that you're not gonna use it. No, you will still use it. And if it lose satisfaction, you will fall the entire pyramid. So at the very beginning, he had something we call physiological needs: food, water, shelter, and sex. It's basically the instinct of survival. If you put people in the middle of nowhere, they will try to fight, against each other until they have a danger. So they will collaborate to find food, water, and shelter. And they won't think of marriage. They will just have sex in order to keep the kind. They want to survive. We call this the physiological needs. But what he noticed through his research is, and that's his theory, when you satisfy the psychological needs, food, water, shelter, and sex, you start looking for safety. You want to defend that state. You need to secure it and make it stabilized. So that's why in ancient history, they started building walls around water, around their cities, around their towns. Why? Because other moving tribes who are in look for psychological, physiological needs might conquer them to take what they have. So if I am defending it, making it safe, this doesn't mean that I will stop eating, drinking, sheltering, or having sex. You still need them. But as far as you can actually satisfy them, you start thinking of making them safe. You only seek to secure them when they reach a level of stability. If a community finds physiological needs that are stable, succeed in securing them, they start legalizing it. They start thinking of belonging. Now they have the luxury of thinking of arranging. We shouldn't be having sex with each other and nobody knows who is, because this will actually jeopardize the safety. So they start thinking of love. They start thinking of friends. They start thinking of marriage and spouses. And when that happens, they start looking for alliances, loyalty. They look for a belonging. If they succeed in doing this, they look for what we call self-esteem. As a community, and individuals, they want to achieve. They want to be recognized as individuals, as a community against other communities with their achievements. They want to gain respect. When they gain respect, they start thinking of self-actualization, pursuing their inner talents and their creativity and the fulfillment. And this is true even on individuals. An individual will always cherish his instinctual needs, his physiological needs. He needs to eat, he needs to drink, He needs a place to live in, and he needs to mate. Why? He needs to survive. If he can survive, he will start thinking how to secure and stabilize this survival. Then he will think of having friends, love and be loved, belonging to a club, belonging to a tribe, having cousins, having meetings. And then he will want to say, I am here. He wants to show that he has an achievement. All that will get him to make an achievement. So he wants to work, he wants to be promoted, he wants to make better money, he wants to put his kids in better schools. That's where Facebook comes in. It's working with the self-esteem. It created false scarcity on self-esteem, on status. And then after that, you go on for self-actualization. If you fulfill all of that, then you decide to learn a new hobby, to be creative, to feel fulfillment. At any step of this, if you take the step beneath it, the upper step will fall down. A guy who has been fairly, and there are a lot of movies about that. He's well respected, he has a wife and 3 kids, they go to the best schools, his wife quit her job and is enjoying her life, and his self-esteem is high. And just at the point when he was thinking to buy a new or learn a new hobby and start going golfing, he got fired. Or he get laid out. He doesn't go to the golf. He actually struggles to keep his family. His marriage could be threatened. His entire belonging will be threatened if he loses the self-esteem. The pyramid starts falling apart. Not just to that level, but it can threaten the level. Because losing the self-esteem puts him in struggling, it puts him back into the belonging level. So he might be struggling to keep that one as well in place. Is that clear? Is this clear? This is essential in understanding your customers. In understanding how you will create the value for your customers. Is it clear, guys? Any questions?
100%.
Thank you. Now, how do people think when they pursue? How do your customers think? How do you yourself think when you pursue these needs? I like to call it the pyramid or the reasoning cycle. People always look for meaning. We start with the why. Why are we doing this? This question, why? This starts in the level you are in the pyramid of needs. Why should I move this move? It has to have a meaning, and the meaning usually relates to the pyramid of needs. And then when you justify that driver with its emotions, you start thinking, how are you going to do it? How you will behave? Will you buy another car? Or maybe you buy a jet? And that how informs what you will be saying and doing. So there is this hierarchy of achieving a need is a linear hierarchy, but it starts with a why. So why, how, what? There has to be a meaning, and then how am I going to achieve the meaning, and then what this meaning or what this achievement will look like. And if it doesn't work, I don't jump and change the why. No, I try to change the how first. And if the how is not justified, we move into the why. So this linear fourth and going, we call it starting with the abstract to the concrete. You keep going between abstract and concrete until you settle on the concrete. So that's when it comes to the needs. How do the needs turn to a value? Value has a map, يا شباب. Value is divided into 4 things. First, there is the functional value. That's what everybody focuses on. There has to be a value of buying a car. It's functional. It takes me from point A to point B. And that function resonates with a known financial value. These are the first 2 components of any value proposition. It has to have function that communicates that value. Let me ask you a question. How many of you use a pen? Does everybody know a pen? What do you buy when you buy a pen? That's the financial part. You pay $2 to get a pen. What are you buying when you buy a pen? That's a fairly easy example. What are you buying? You are buying writing. You're not buying a pen. You're buying the function of being able to take notes. Maybe writing a novel, writing a letter, filling in a form. It depends. When you bought the pen, why did you buy it? You didn't buy the pen because of the pen. That's the product. So as we said before, the product is an interface. It's the sum of all its parts, and it's an interface to what you really want to do. Another question: what do you buy when you buy a drill? Do you know a drill? Does anybody know the drill? The electric drill? What do you buy when you buy a drill? Somebody try to answer. What do you buy? When we buy a drill, what do we buy? A hole. Thank you, Abid. Abby, thank you very much. Exactly. You buy the hole. You don't buy the tool. And therefore, thank you, Muhammad. And therefore, there are different ways to do the hole. Instead of buying a drill, I can rent a drill. Or maybe I can hire somebody to do the hole. Do you get what I mean now? He said then for the same function that presents the need, that actually is the basic part of the value, we have different products or solutions. We have different products or solutions. Okay? Now, it's not just about the function. There are 2 other parts to the value: social and psychological. So, cars, for instance, all will share the functional value. They are so long there. But there are so different types of brands of cars: Mercedes, BMW, Volvo, Fiat, whatever, Ferrari. And as you notice, every car of them does the same function, but their financial part of the value which you are going to capture as a business differs. Why? Because they add social and psychological values. And that differs from one area to another. So let's take the example of Mercedes. The function is to ride a car safely, commute from point A to point B, and be in control of my commute. That's the function. I can ride a Zestava, I can ride a Fiat, I can ride a BMW. They will all give me the same function. But every one of them has a different financial value. Why? Because it provides extra values. So what do you think? Why do you think people buy Mercedes in our area, in the Middle East, in Africa? Why do we buy Mercedes? Why do we pay extra and buy a Mercedes? Come on, guys. Give me something.
Because it provides luxury.
Because it's luxury. What does luxury does, Muhammad? Status. It is social.
Make people feel better.
It's about social. People buy Mercedes because Mercedes is in Africa and the Middle East. It's the car of rich people. So he's paying an extra buck because he can afford it, because now the value he is buying is not the function. The function is inherited. He's buying actually social. Now let me ask you another question. Why do you think they buy Mercedes for in Europe? Again, function is the same thing. They are paying an extra buck. For what? Anybody traveled to Europe recently? Or not recently? Anybody, guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
Recently, yes. I traveled to Europe, yeah.
You traveled to Europe. Did
Yes.
you notice that? Did you notice that most of the taxis in Europe are Mercedes?
Yes, mostly because I went to Berlin, Germany. So I noticed that a lot. And few Chevrolets, but mostly Mercedes. Yeah.
And not just because that's in Berlin. If you went to Belgium, if you went to France,
Yeah.
even England, you will find them Mercedes. Why? You think it's because of the status? No. The taxi car is paying more money. They have to save it directly. The fare doesn't go higher if you're riding a Mercedes, like in Uber. Uber has Select and I don't remember the other one. So it's not because of status, it's because of psychological. What is the psychological part? Mercedes markets itself in Europe as the car of heavy accidents. The percentage of survival in heavy accidents in Mercedes cars is way higher than any other cars. So taxi companies buy Mercedes because this makes them pay a less insurance bill. They invest in the Mercedes because it makes them pay a less insurance bill. So do you see how people can perceive value differently for the same product? So value, as we said, is value if valued. Do you remember? I don't know, you were most probably young, but most of you remember Diana, Princess Diana, when she was killed in that accident with Dudi Al-Fayed, that was a Mercedes car. It went in full speed into a wall. And Mercedes was so alerted because the two celebrities died in that car accident. And when we look at the car, the cabin of the car was completely intact. The car was a total loss, but that cubicle that they were sitting in was completely intact. So why did they die? They didn't die because of the car. They died because their hearts, from the speed and the impact of the collision, their hearts got out of their place. They had a fracture in their heart because of the inertia, something they never thought could happen. And that was the official reason of death. But the car was intact inside. So this is a psychological factor. People buy Mercedeses with very high percentage in Europe, even as companies or individuals, not because it's a social status only, but because it's a safer car. Psychologically, he feels safe. So now that's why Mercedes prices itself high, because it doesn't price itself just against the function, but it prices because it has function, has a value, like social, and has psychological value as well. So there's this we call the value map. You start with functionality and price according to the functionality. But if you are successful, you are again thinking of your customer, the cycle. Okay, you start adding value parts. So before we take the break, the last thing we will do before the break, I know we've been talking much. What is an MVP? How many of you know the word or the abbreviation MVP? What does it stand for?
Is it most valuable person?
No. In entrepreneurship,
Minimum viable products.
minimal viable products. Thank you, Jim. What else? Minimum viable product is a concept that has been, or is an abbreviation that actually outfamed the original abbreviation. And it's due to an approach called lean startup, which focuses on that you have to do the minimal viable product so that you spend less. It goes well with the business model canvas. But actually MVP stands, it's like a coin. It's an abbreviation that didn't originate as a product. Okay? It's actually an abbreviation that can be explained as a coin that has two faces, two sides. One side of it is value. The other side is product. So MVP stands for main value proposition. Main value proposition. And minimum viable product. So what is a main value proposition? That is the inherent, the minimum value that a customer will consider to buy the product for. So for any problem I'm trying to solve, or for any set of customers I'm trying to understand, I can uncover different main value propositions. Every one of those values can be presented with different products. If I am starting, I can have different minimum viable products. And the word viable means the smallest product that can grow. So it's not just a small product. If it's a small product and you cannot grow it after that, you're back to foot one. You're back to step one. So let us discuss a very famous thing. What is the main value proposition of the car? Before Henry Ford innovated the car, people had horses, right? And then he made the car. What is the main value proposition of the car? What did he see? What did he understand from the customers that the customers themselves didn't realize? What is the main value proposition of the car? Now, I need answers, guys. I know that we've been for some time. We will have a break shortly, so let's finish this part and have a break. What is main value proposition stands for a car? Since we have been starting with cars, we talked about Mercedes. Any answers? What is the main value proposition of the car that the horse lacked? That actually, because the horse lacked, actually that's the opportunity that Henry Ford noticed that resulted in one of the biggest industries in history, automobile making. Any answers? Think. Etienne, Gift, Najwa, Muhammad, Omar, Salim, Marwan, Ahmed, Ziad, Amr, Jem. Anybody?
I'm thinking it's the engine, but like I'm not so sure.
No, it's not the engine.
Okay, I'm thinking hard, trying to get it.
What was the let's look at it differently. What was the problem with the horse? You see, the right way of thinking of is not trying to understand what is the new value. That value, as we said, is here to solve an existing problem that started becoming annoying. What is the problem of the horse? Any idea?
So maybe you
Come on,
should
guys.
try explain the illustration again.
Again, Jem, please.
Okay, I was asking like, okay.
I think the horse get tired and the car doesn't get tired.
No, but the car breaks out. Getting tired is part of malfunctioning, and the car malfunctions, and it malfunctions as well suddenly. You get a flat tire. How many of you
LVP might be
guys
looking at speed.
at speed? Well, horses can be very fast.
But not
Was
as
not
fast as cars. We can
well
be
at the
looking
beginning. At the beginning, cars were not as that fast. It was not the problem of speed.
Okay.
People actually are satisfied with horses because horses are noble and they have great status. When you look at the value by that time, the value map, horses made the function. They had very high price because they were a social status, and psychologically you were feeling doing good because you're having a living being. And people get tied emotionally with animals.
I think because of
Can we say technology?
No,
now the car can transport many people at the same time.
excuse me, Etienne, again.
I say transporting many people at the same time compared to the horse.
No, the horse, we had 8 horses driving carts that were gold plated with luxurious rooms inside it, actually. Marwan says not effective and not adaptable to nowadays fashion and needs. When they started, they were adaptable. Car didn't start. We didn't have horses until we went to the 20th century. Remember that. When the first cars came, that was not a problem. How many of you guys have pets? How many of you have a cat or a dog? Huh? Does anybody raise animals? Pets, animals in general?
No.
Does anybody have a cat or a dog?
I don't have a cat or a dog.
Okay, somebody else? Okay, how many of you watch horse jumping races or watch something like that? The main problem with the horse is that it has a mind of its own. If anybody raised a dog or a cat, he will notice that animals are animals, but they have their own moods. One time a cat is sitting on your lap and it wants you to pet her. The other time you come to pet her and it screams and jumps away. You don't know. It has a mood. The problem of the horse was for the same commute in the same conditions. Once it takes 15 minutes, another one it takes 10 minutes, another one it takes 20 minutes. If you watch jumping, the obstacle jumping races by horses, you would find a horse that is very well acclaimed, the jockey is very well known, and he jumps 8 out of the 12 obstacles, and he comes at the 11th, and it's fairly easy, and he refuses to jump. He refuses to jump. And because they know that the horse can reject, they give him 2 other trials, and he tries to take the 2 trials, and the horse, he takes him, go back and come, and he comes to the same obstacle and he stops. He doesn't want to jump this obstacle, and you don't know why, and you cannot control it. So the main value proposition of the car was, you can guess it now, control. It was not about speed. It was about control. You don't control the horse 100%. You can't get him to run fast when you want him to run fast, and slow down when you want him to slow down every time. He's unpredictable. No matter how well he's trained, it's unpredictable. So that unpredictability, uncontrollability, was the main value proposition that Henry Ford resembled in a minimum viable product, which is the minimum car. Okay, is that clear? And the same value proposition, Henry Ford himself had different products for it. He's the one who innovated or invented the bicycle. Not the normal bicycle, the bicycle with 4 wheels. He did that one. He did the car. He did different transportation things in the aim of mainly solving the inconvenience of control. So the actual invention in the car was not the engine. The engine was there. The innovation of the car that he did was not in the car, in the engine. The engine was there. It was the gearbox, was the transmission, going from 1 to 3 to 4. And when you slow down from 4 to 3 to 2 to 1, it's about control. And that's why when people get used to that, the second biggest leap in cars was moving from manual transmission to automatic transmission. Now we're moving to the electric car, not because we want sustainability, not because we want the one thing that we miss from the horse. The horse was unpredictable, but had great value that we didn't value by that time. Now we miss it. Can anybody guess what it is? Why are we moving to electrical cars? What did the horse provide us that we did not value because we couldn't control him? But when we gained control, we miss it. The horse provided, but we miss it now. Think. Guys, any idea? Climate change, no. No. Electric cars are way before the climate change. No, it's not economic. It wasn't the horse. But we didn't really appreciate it because we missed something more important, which was control. But when we controlled it, we realized there was another quality in the horse that we want. The horse, although not controllable, was learnable. He knows home. So you can simply ride your cart without anybody sitting on the horse and tell him, go home, and it will go back home. It's the idea of autonomous driving. And we tried autonomous driving very hard on mechanical cars, and getting the mechanical with the electrical parts to work very well, they did not. So we started thinking, let's make it all electrical, because we want the car to drive itself, like the horse did. Do you see how the cycle of the customer goes? And it doesn't start with the product, it starts with the value. So for every value you uncover, you can solve it with different products. That's why we say a minimum viable product, because maybe we don't make it a fully fledged product, because maybe the customer will not like that product. Or maybe there are different target people. So I have to do the minimum that shows my value. But in order to successfully make a minimum viable product, you have to understand the main value proposition. So what is a value proposition? A value proposition of a business is the actual value the target customer will gain by using or purchasing your offer product or service. And that is the main part of your business model, as you remember. So we think in terms of value. And that value has a map. Value proposition starts with what we call the customer profile. Any customer in your area that you want to innovate or that you want to notice an opportunity in has a set of jobs to do. So in the case of the car, one of the jobs was to go on time to my work. So for any job that I can already do, I have gains as a customer in that job, and I have pains. So everybody was noticing the gains of the horse. They are noble animals. They are expensive, so they show status. They take me fairly quickly to the job, my job. They take me back. They are providing the commute. But it had a pain that people didn't realize. They were suffering from it, but they did not realize. That's the lesson from Henry Ford. Is that with focusing on the customer, not the big idea, you will understand what the customer himself cannot express. The pain with going to work every day with the horse was lack of consistency, because I can't control him. It's not that he's tired. He doesn't want to run today. So sometimes I go, so after going and coming, that's like in Egypt and some countries in Africa, that's our problem with traffic. It's not that we spend time in traffic. It's that it's not predictable. That's the pain. My younger brother lived in China for 9 years. And he told me, and people who go to Dubai, and I lived in Dubai, and they've seen the same thing. We have extremely heavy traffic in Dubai. But it's predictable. I know that if I go from my home to my office at 9 o'clock in the morning because of the traffic, it will take an hour. Not more, but it can take up to an hour. So I go out every an hour. If I'm going to the office off peak hours, it will take exactly 15 minutes. It's predictable. In Cairo, our problem is it's not predictable. The same road, the same traffic, and the same day of week, in the same time, every time it takes this different time. You cannot plan anything. So if last week it took you an hour to go to work or to go to a meeting, so you go this week, you go early an hour. It takes 10 minutes. So we end up wasting 40 minutes of your time not doing what to do. You arrived early 40 minutes. That was the pain with the horse. So we look at the customer. What are the jobs they are doing now? And how do they do these jobs? What are the gains? What are the pains? And then we start thinking of a value proposition. What product or service, regardless of the product now, but what can we do? And if you guess right, we're not interested in adding gains. Because people, if they have gains from an existing thing, they will not leave it to another product that has more gains. Customers will go or will consider if you tell them, I am solving a pain. So as an entrepreneur, you understand the value proposition in the area you're innovating in by understanding your customers' jobs. Now, how is he making a gain? What are the pains? And you start solving the pains first. That's how you make change, as we said in the beginning. Okay, so you start relieving the pain. When you relieve the pain and he becomes a customer, you keep him by creating new gains. And if you do that, you have what we call market product fit. So the viable product is the minimal or the version of the product which is just enough features to satisfy early customers, to show that we are capable of solving the pain. So I can get feedback that serve me as a guide for future product development. And why do we do this? Because customers don't come at once. When we introduce a new product, it has to go in what we call the customer life cycle adoption. Over time, your first customer, we call them the innovators. Those are people who are enthusiasts to new things. And those are only 2.5% of the market. And because you're trying to make change, they will buy whatever you want, or whatever you do, if you are sticking to relieving the pain. So you want them to buy it so that you can get feedback, add more features that will fit the visionaries, which are 13% of the market. Take feedback and add further development to go into the mainstream market, which starts with what we call the pragmatists or the early majority, which is 34% of the market. If you achieve that, conservatives, which are mere followers without any effort, they will start buying. If you hit the first 34 market, means that you will take almost 80% of your target market. Then we have what we call the laggards or the skeptics, the followers. These are around 16%. And this curve is even worse when you introduce new technological products. Why? Because in technological products, it is not smooth like that. If you please the innovators and the early adopters, which now becomes visionaries, the early majority doesn't follow through. They need to see a complete product. And if you fail to do that, you will fall in what we call the chasm, which will eventually end up with you closing the startup. So this idea of putting something minimum that shows the value of solving the problem, getting feedback so that you can go on, get feedback so that you can go on, is crucial for you to move over. Is that clear? So before we go into a break, let's give an example of something that you all know. Google search. What was the value proposition of Google search? What was the main value proposition? What was the main pain? Is that the internet had too many products, started with Yahoo, America Online, had too many information. We were finding what we wanted fairly well in the early 90s. By the mid 90s, things got more. So we started having problem finding relevant information. So we stuck with certain sites like Yahoo. By late 90s, evidence of Yahoo quality content and blogs were all over the internet. So we started having a pain. The pain was what? Finding reliable information. It's information, reliable information retrieval. That was the pain. So that's why they responded with a minimum viable product called search, free search. And their target customer was the entire web community. How to build this free search? They delivered it through google.com. That was the only delivery mechanism. How to build it, and it was free, so they are not capturing any money. But what did they take? They took the keywords that you searched for. They told you, we're giving it you free. We're solving the pain of not finding information. But I will, to enhance it, I will capture what you were looking for. So people agreed. And they started trying. They went through the cycle, adoption cycle that we showed. It turned to be right. Google is giving us good results. So what was the key activity? Software development, managing services, expanding reach, completely human-centered activities. They needed key resources. They need data centers for their search platform. Those two parts had a cost. And the revenue, there is no revenue minus cost, meant they were losing money. But what did they do? As people got more satisfied with the pain relieved, with relieving the pain of not finding good information, they started adding gains. So they took the captured words and satisfied another customer with targeted ads. So they created value proposition of, hey guys, who you want to advertise, instead of just throwing the advertisement like on TV for everybody to look at, I know who is searching for what and when. I can tell you who he is and get your information in front of him if it's relevant to his search, if you pay me money. And they are going to deliver this to advertisers through google.com. And later on through something called AdWords. Why did they deliver it through google.com? Because that served as a pain reliever to advertisers. But actually knowing that this piece of information as a web surfer, this piece of information that I retrieved, somebody can sell me something based on it, was a gain to the original customer. So in doing this targeted ads, he made a new value proposition which solved a problem, a pain for advertisers, but added again on the original pain for the web surfers. So everybody's happy. And now advertising are paying money through auctions. So now revenue minus cost equals profit. He's not losing money. Why? Because he don't have any new activities to do and he doesn't have any key resources to do. Doing this costed him zero. because he has to do the key activities and the resources anyway to capture the key keywords. Yes? Anybody have a question? Now, for order to increase this cycle, he decided now to go to partners. He didn't start by doing Chrome. No, he went to Apple, Firefox, and Microsoft and told them, guys, you have a web browser that is actually a cost center for you. Now I am making money from the web. And your browser has this part empty. Open a field in it and make it a Google search field. And any money I make from your browser that is traffic to me through your browser, I will give you a cut from that revenue. So suddenly, he is giving Apple, Microsoft, and Firefox money because he's making more money. Why did he do this? Because this increased web surfers. Web surfers meant more free captured words. More free captured words meant more targeted ads. More targeted ads meant more advertisers, which meant more money. Any new activities? No. Cost zero, because the browser is done by the partner. So amount of money kept increasing. Cost kept steady. Now Google makes an average of $30 billion in advertising revenues a year from this business model. Their web surfers execute more than a 3 trillion web search a year. All those searches, they capture the keywords, they add to them advertising, and the advertising pays them money. And they didn't add any cost. So cost is fixed, revenue is going high. Cost is fixed, revenue is increasing. So now they have more delivery channels, which are the web browsers. The web browser increased the free surfing. The free surfing increased the free captured words. That increased the traffic. So now the golden question: how to spot the opportunity? And when spotting the opportunity and figuring out a value proposition, how do we validate it? How do we find a value proposition? Or if I have a value proposition, how do I validate it? Why this question is very important? Because your entire life is again about serving, growing, and keeping customers. You cannot serve and grow customers unless you give them, you find what the value proposition they know, or if you think you have a value proposition, you validate that they want this value proposition. How do we do this? This is what we are going to go through the rest of the day after we take something like 15 minutes break. Safe? Any questions before the break, guys? Okay, so it's now almost 7 minutes to the round of the clock, whatever your time zone is. So to the round of the clock, we have 7 minutes. We will come 7 minutes, say 10 minutes after the clock. Any questions before we go? Anyhow, if you reflect on what we said, you have any questions, we will start the next part of the day with a quick Q&A if you have any questions. Safe, the floor is yours. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I hope the rest of the day will be as enjoyable, hopefully, that you enjoyed the first part. So we stopped before the break at the question, how do we find or validate the value proposition? We agreed that entrepreneurship is all about finding, serving, growing, and keeping customers. And since the question was find, validate, this actually imposes a dilemma. Which came first? The egg or the hen? What should I do first? How would I start? Would I start with a big idea? Or do we start with the customers? Any suggestions? What should we do? Should we start inside out with an idea and try to validate that idea with our customers? Or should I start with the customers and then try to find an idea that suits them? What should I do? Well, actually, for entrepreneurship, there are two methods with no third. There are two ways to tackle this problem, and there is no right and wrong. You can feel free of using either. Personally, in intersection with our agenda to breed more leaders, regardless of the startups, we prefer one methodology that we will talk about now. Like in both of them are right if you keep the customer at center. So the first one is actually called the customer discovery. And the customer discovery, and the second one is a human-centered, not customer-centered, which is we call or also known as design thinking. So actually you have two approaches. There is no third approach. Any other approaches are going to be, as I call, bogus, pure gambling, with an agenda of just making some quick wins and money, either through investment or whatever, regardless of the value that you are truly adding to your customer. Well, while that is legitimate and legal in most countries, I don't stand for it. There are 100 ways to make a fast buck of money and be satisfied. I don't think that entrepreneurship and innovation is one of them, and it shouldn't be. So if you want to be a true entrepreneur, you really want to fulfill the actual value of entrepreneurship by being economically viable or economically true to the theory, where you help a society, you make a wealth through being valuable in your society, through elevating your society up. That's the entrepreneurship I understand, and that's the entrepreneurship I want you all to be. To do that, you have only one of two ways: customer discovery or design thinking. Customer discovery was developed by a guy called Steve Blank back in the 90s. Steve Blank is a well-known entrepreneur. He's a serial entrepreneur. He's a celebrity in the Silicon Valley. He holds 2 PhDs. He actually has a PhD in mechanical engineering. And his first startup was doing something mechanical. And then after that, he turned in and made another PhD in business. And he teaches in the Stanford Business School currently. He has an active blog with his name, Steve Blank. That is a very nice read for anybody who really wants to keep on. And he pioneered the idea of the customer development, which is actually the basis of what is known to most of you, if you know about it, the lean startup. So the lean startup is nothing new, more than a guy called Eric Ries putting customer development of Steve Blank that he developed in the late 90s. He published his first book in early 2000 around this idea. The name of the book is The 4 Steps to Epiphany. Hence, his customer development methodology for entrepreneurship is a 4-step. Steve, and then came the guy, Eric Ries, and he developed on top of that. But Steve was instrumental in the development, helping the guy, Alexander Osterwilder, who developed the business model canvas. He actually helped Eric Ries. All of them are using his main thoughts. He's one of the early leaders in the 20th century who started trying to put an actual process to entrepreneurship, and hence discovering and validating the main value proposition. The customer development is actually 4 steps. The first 2 are where you are in continuous search, and that's what he called the search phase, or while you are in the search phase, he says that like that you are always in, you are in search phase, you are in startup mode. So in a nutshell, before we go in very details, what he says is you have a big idea. You think that there is a problem in this area. So what do? You need to discover if there is a customer first for this idea. You don't impose it on. You don't go on to customer creation. No. What he wants you to do is to get out of the office, take your idea, put it on a very, very minimal piece of paper, maybe a brochure, a 3D rendering, 2 sticks, whatever. You can explain this idea to your target customers. And remember, if you have an idea, the idea is like the value. It has to match or has to have, in theory, a target customer. Okay? So what Steve wants you to do is to, if you have a target customer that you think this idea is going to help them, put it in an understandable way for the customer and get out of the office. Go and do customer discovery. Do people really want this? You keep going, getting feedback and coming, getting and going feedback. If you feel or if you find that you got enough customers that really, after taking feedback from them and adjusting them, the idea is getting track, you stop and you go to validation. If in the validation, the validation doesn't happen, you go back and change your idea, discover customers for that idea. So you keep going in and forth until you get the validation. If you get the validation, you move on to execution. You create customers, so you start making sales, you go have a CRM, you start making marketing, you start following the true cycle that we had of the customer acquisition. And as this is going on, if it's gaining traction, you start building your company. Now you're no longer a startup. Let's look at these steps in detail. So as we said, the customer discovery translates your vision into a hypothesis. Because you still didn't get validation, step 2, it is still a hypothesis. You think this is a pain for certain users. So you go out and see, is it really a pain? So you go out and you check every component of your business model. You make experiments and test it with the customers. So you start with maybe low fidelity prototype, sketch, whatever, story, and you keep going back and forth in this cycle until you have something solid. It's business components, the components of the business model of creating this value and giving it to this customer makes sense. If you do that, you move to second step. When you reach that, you move to the second step. The second step, which is actually customer validation. And validation here doesn't mean that the customers want it or that I am solving a true pain. No, this is here in the customer discovery. Validation means that I have enough customers that can repeat and scale this business model. So validation here is about scaling. So I don't go and test with 10, because I cannot test with everybody at the beginning. I will to go and test and interview and keep going and coming for months with 10, and may become 20, they become 50, until I have something solid. This is not validation. This is discovering and making sure that the pain I started with hypothetically resonates with a set of customers. Now, they may be 100. Now, in step 2, I want to make sure that they are not just those 100. I want to make sure that those 100 have something like maybe another 100 type of them, so that I have 10,000 customers. So actually, the validation is tied to this very model. Actually, if it's technological, it's for this slide. So the customer discovery really happens, in this part. I'm discovering, going back and forth with the enthusiasts, getting feedback on my initial idea, going back and forth, and then I have the visionaries, the more practical people, until I have something solid. Now, in order to cross the chasm, I need to make sure that the 34% of the market is huge enough for me to start producing. That is the validation. The discovery happens here in the early market. Validation in the customer discovery model means that I want to understand that there are demand in the mainstream, so I can move on creating the customers and building the company. Is that clear? So that is the validation. The validation is actually proving that the business that we tested and iterated in the customer discovery has a repeatable and scalable business model that can deliver the volume of customers that you need to be profitable. So it's more about the business model. So when we say validation in the customer discovery, we're not saying that people want it. We say that enough people want it, that a scale of people want it. So you have to first prove that people want it. That's the first step. Then you move on to prove that you can repeat it. If you do that, then you can move to step 3. You can repeat it. There is a huge amount of people. So now we can start spending large sums of money. We put a marketing plan, we put a sales plan, we start going to events, we start implementing, executing to turn those customers in. We move on the rest of the cycle of the customer relationship. We start building awareness systemically. We plan to go to 3 events. We make this marketing. So we're not just building the awareness to make sure that we have enough users. No, now we are going to do it typically on a plan, according to a proper plan. So now we are a company. When we do that, you will hit growth. So we are no longer a startup searching for answers. We are a company that is seeking growth. The concept here, if you do this, you can seek funding here in this step. But then this is where 5 to 10 from each 100 gets funded based on statistical information and calculations of the investor. But if you do this alone and you move to the next step where you prove that you have customers to scale and grow, and that you have a value and a volume of customers, here the percent of people applying for investment at this part, if you need investment, is between 20 and 30 of each 100. And guess what? You get more money for a less percentage in your company because you have value. But if you can actually wait until you move into the scale and you ask for money because you want to spend, you have all the evidence and you want to spend money to scale the business, this is what we call growth. This is where Series A and B comes in. Now, people seeking funding in this stage are above 50% success in getting money and actually in staying successful as well. Clever people, and there are entrepreneurs that does this. They keep, we call it bootstrapping. They keep taking the money, putting it in, and they delay the decision of bringing in money to step 4, which is actually scaling and repeating, fundamentally no longer a startup. Here, these people get acquired if they want to get out. Examples of these are companies who even get acquired with the first initial, they get completely acquired by Apple and Google, by huge companies. Why? Because they've proven this. They say they want money now because we're building a huge company. So it's cheaper for the bigger company to take them as an entity and invest in the money. Examples, Instagram. Okay? Is that clear? One thing you have to understand when you start with the big idea and you go out to validate it is a quote by Pablo Picasso, is that an idea doesn't really exist. An idea is a point of departure and no more. As soon as you elaborate it, it becomes transformed by thought. Okay? And you have to remember that you have to move very quickly, because when Einstein was asked about what is insanity, he told them doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. You should pivot very quickly. Hence the pivot in the diagram. You need to move very quickly. You can't stay stagnant at one part. You try, you build, you go out. It does not scale. You don't try to force it. Look at what was wrong, change the idea, go back, and so on. Otherwise, you're insane, because you're trying to do the same thing and expecting different results. You tried, it's not working. Go back and change something. So that is the essence of this. How do we do this? You have to get out to the customers. It's all about the customers. You cannot do a startup from within the office, even if it's an online thing. Yeah, you can do online surveys, but you still need to read the expressions on faces. You need to find a way of meeting your customers. Get out of the office. Entrepreneurship doesn't happen in offices. Get out to the customer. Step 2, focus on value. Don't focus on the product. The idea shouldn't be of a product. The idea should be about a pain that you want to solve. Focus on value. If the big idea is informing you of a product, drop the product immediately. Try to translate, as we explained today, that product into a pain at a target customer. And see if this pain is scaling. Get feedback on how to solve the pain. That's the essence of the customer discovery. Take it bit by bit. It's steps and iterations. Steps and iterations. Americans have a very nice saying, you can't bite, don't bite more than you can chew. You can't eat a hamburger sandwich in one bite, even if your mouth is big. Possibility of choking up are extremely high, but rather enjoy it. Take one bite at a time. So steps and iteration that enables you to assess and pivot if necessary. Any questions? So since we talked about the idea, starting with the big idea, what's an idea anyhow? An idea is some sort of a thought or a suggestion to a possible course of action. And usually it is related to innovation and creativity. That's what people think, and that's how the people identify it in the current culture. So this brings me to a question. What do you think the difference is between creativity and innovation? Any thoughts? What is the difference between creativity and innovation? Well, creativity is the ability to develop something original. It's close to invention. And that originality is particularly a representation of something. That's what we think of an idea in that sense. While innovation focuses on change. Innovation is coming with something new, relatively, but that new adds value to something people are stuck with, which actually make them change course of action. That is innovation, as we discussed earlier. So if we put them quickly as a recap, creativity has ideas, imagination, thoughts, concepts, expression, problem solving, brainstorming. But innovation has some of the same things, but it more focuses on value, change, usefulness, measurability, implementation. It's about action. The first guy talking about innovation in the realm of business is an economist who used to teach in the Harvard Business School. His name is Theodore Levitt. He has a very, very similar quote. He says, what is often lacking is not creativity in the idea creating sense. Ideas, creative ideas are in abundance. But innovation in the form of action producing sense, that is rare. Putting ideas to work. And that summarizes what we talked about in the customer discovery thing. That's the validation. I want the idea. I want to shape the idea. It's not about coming up with an idea. I start with it as a hypothesis. It's about turning this idea into something implementable. That's why when I find people want it, I have to make sure that people can scale. And if they can scale, I need to know how systemically to implement it. Then I have a company. So this is the problem of starting with the idea first, but you can start with an idea first. How to do that, as we said, it's not about the idea. Get out to the customer, focus on value, not the idea itself, the value the idea is bringing. Step and iterate, and pivot if needed until you reach your goal. The other thing we talked about, the other way we talked about, we said we had two ways, no third one. We said customer discovery and design thinking. So we went through customer discovery. Customer discovery is basically the way for business to business in general. People doing business to business, they usually are comfortable doing the customer discovery part. But what if I want to do something that goes with a lot of consumers or even business to business? And I don't really have something in my hand. I want to do change. I want to do good. That's where design thinking comes in. And that's at intersection, that's our preferred way. So design thinking, there is nothing like a thinking way like design. Now, design thinking represents two parts. It represents the design sense and the process of thinking. When we say thinking, this means there is a process. So design thinking initially is human-centered. So to put that in perspective, let me ask you a question. What is the difference between an artist, an engineer, and a designer? Give me answers, please. Does anybody, and can anybody give us a quick breakdown between an artist, engineer, and a designer? Okay. The first thing you have to understand if you want to be an entrepreneur, you do not compare apples to oranges. If you want to compare something like this, you have to set a clear criteria. So in our case, the first thing I want to look across all of them is, do they solve a problem? So the artist, does the artist solve a problem? No. Makes a nice sculpture, takes great photos, make a great movie, a beautiful song, a unique, marvelous painting. But there is some insight here. If he's not solving a problem, does this mean he's not satisfying a need? No. Not every need has problems, but every problem, you can draw it back to its need. So usually, the artist is working on the very top part of the Maslow pyramid, the self-actualization, the fulfillment, the creativity. And he knows that there are other people who are in that range who need to see his painting, who need to see his sculpture, who need to read his books, and they will pay money. So he's actually satisfying a need, but he's not solving a problem. The second part in our comparison would be, what does he focus on? Artists mainly focus on aesthetics and originality. Mainly aesthetics and originality, whether in language, in visuals, in masses. It's mainly about aesthetics, and as much as these aesthetics can be original. And what does he stand for? What is the point of view here? It is self-reflected. It's his own point of view. We have Picasso with a very, very famous quote. He says, I draw people not as I see, not as they look, but as I see them. When I draw people, I don't draw people as they look. I draw them as I see them. That's why sometimes you find painting that has figures not proportionate and very weird, and it's selling for millions. And people and critique people are, yes, because that is true art. There is no problem. He reflects himself through a set of aesthetics from his point of view. And there is a certain people that's gonna resonate with that. Okay. So for the same criteria, an engineer, yes, he solves a problem. But what does he focus on? He focuses on the problem and its cost. An engineer is very efficient, has to be very efficient. And he reflects on the problem from his understanding of science. And that's the definition of the engineer. A good engineer is who solves the problem, the best solution with the least price. Whereas designers, they do solve a problem, but what do you think they focus on? They focus on people. Designers are not like artists. They do not project their thoughts on their customers. They are here to understand the people to solve their problems. So designers are people-focused. True designers, who are designers, not artists, because you find a lot of artists calling themselves designers, focus on people. And guess what? What do you think their point of view would be? It's not efficiency. It's not the problem. It's the people as well. So design embodies values and illustrates ideas. Design is the ultimate creative process. And the beauty of design, it's about progress. This is an interior design of our makings. It's much a craft as a way of thinking. It's a way of thinking, and it turns to systemic. We use tools. And does this resembles anything? If you think of it a little bit, it is very much like starting a startup. It's very close in the way we think of as making a business. And that's why IDEO, which is a great design company, coined the terminology design thinking in the very beginning of the 1990s, in 1992. And they made IDEO. And Tim Brown here, which used to be the CEO of IDEO, tells us what design thinking is. So he tells us that design thinking, not design thinking is a human approach, human-centered approach to innovation. Hence business. Because we said innovation is about action, is about implementation, is about change to the better, to get people to pay money. So it's about business. So design thinking, which is actually the thinking part in addition to the design part, is a human-centered approach to innovation that draws from the designer's toolkit. It takes certain areas that we systemized, that designers use over and over, and we integrated it with the needs of people, the possibilities of technology, and the requirements of business success. That's the thinking part. To illustrate it in a simple illustration, to put this definition, it's actually the needs of people along with possible technology. We're not going to invent technology. We want existing technologies. We said that the product is the sum of all its parts. If those parts are invention, the summation is going to be extremely expensive. Thus, it will not have business success. So that's why we say it's a people needs along with the possible technologies that makes a good business decision. All of these coupled or empowered with the design tools that we're going to discuss results in innovation. Hence, the design thinking approach to business stands in 5 steps. Those 5 steps are non-linear and iterative. But the first cycle you do, you always start with the people. We start with empathy. We empathize with people. When we empathize with people, we reframe the problem. We define the pain. Only when we have the pain that we engage in creative work to think and ideate, not idea, ideate. We generate as much as we can of ideas as we're going to see. We ideate many ideas. In design and design thinking, we have a very people who were trained as designer as myself. We have a very famous, first time you get into a studio, design studio, your teacher or your mentor will tell you your first idea is always wrong. That's a rule of thumb. I remember 40 years ago, my first days in the studio, and I challenged my professor at the time, why? It looks good. He told me, it looks good for whom? And I looked at him, I told him, for myself. He told me, that's exactly. You took your first idea and you loved it. It's wrong. What tells you it's right? What tells you it's the best idea is your capability of coming with 2, 3, 4, 10, 12, 20 different ideas. Only then you can pick the good one. So in design thinking and in business, we don't stick with an idea. We ideate. It's an activity. We generate as many ideas as we can. Then we evaluate them, choose what to see in a low fidelity, so we build it and prototype it so that we can better judge it. We may go back and change something in the idea. We may back jump and go and sit with people again. Maybe when we build it, we see that we've been framing the wrong problem. It's unlinear, non-linear. Only when we're satisfied with the prototype that we go out and test it with our customers to get feedback. So that step, we are more like the customer discovery. But actually, we're not discovering customer because we started with the customer himself. We asked him, not asked him, we empathized with him. We understood and studied him to the point that we can think like him. So let's look at them very quickly. Empathy is mainly about understanding your customer. And we empathize not by asking people questions, but by observing them first. We observe people. We watch them. We take photographs. Maybe we go up and take videos. We observe. We write everything. We take photographs. There are different ways, but passive observation. We do not engage with anybody. And we go back and we analyze the observation and we synthesize these observations. And we'll see how we do that. Only after doing this is where we start discovering some sort of insights and we really start having questions. Having these questions then We prepare for interviews, not questionnaires. We engage with our customers. We engage with them. We ask them open-ended questions. We get them to tell us stories so that we can fill in the gaps of our observation. That's what Henry Ford did. He didn't ask people what they want. He observed people until he understood from observation and engagement, he was able to get the insight and discover the pain of uncontrollability of the animal. That's when he started ideating on that problem and came up with the idea of the gearbox, the transmission, which actually made the car a reality, not the otherwise. So how do we engage? When we go engage, we at least go out too. We can be a team of 5. Everybody goes out on an observation for hours. Shadow, sometimes it's known as shadow. In business to business, we get permissions. I tell him, okay, you want me to solve this problem? Give me a permission. I will shadow in your store. I will shadow in your lecture, which means I'm going to be passive. I sit down there for the entire activity, watching everybody, taking notes, maybe taking some pictures or videos. This is a single person. We want everybody to do that with different customers. We grab every finding and then we analyze them. But when we decide to engage to fill in the gaps, we go out at least 2 at a time. Nobody should go on an interview alone. We go in pairs because one is interviewing, the other one is noticing and writing. So what is he noticing? The change of tone, the pauses, and the discussion of the customer. What are the points that he is skipping? What is not being said? What is he avoiding or covering? And we actually lead with stories. We don't ask questions. So like in the case of the car, if I am engaging with somebody and I was to invent the car like Henry Ford, I will go and tell him, well, I don't ask him, what do you think of your horse? What do you need from your horse? He will immediately jump into the answer, as you all said. I want him to be faster. No, I tell him, yeah. You see, every time I ride my horse, he takes me from my work to my home in this place in different time. You don't even ask him a question. People, as we've seen tomorrow, are wired to respond to stories. So leading with a story like this, even without having a question, will prompt the guy to start responding back. He will tell you, oh, you also, oh, my horse is worse. Sometimes I have to beat him to death. So here we take an advice, we take a note that people are annoyed of the uncontrollability of the horse to the point that although they are treating him because they feel good to treat him as an animal, they might actually abuse him. So we lead with stories. And because we do the engagement after observation, you have to know what to ask and how to ask it. This actually makes us build what I call insights, or what we call in design thinking insights. And for the insights, for generating insights, because it's a bit difficult, we created an intersection. We created what we call the insights wheel. Who does what, how, and why? Do you remember the how and why? The what, how, and why? We added to it a who, and then we added some qualities on every level. So in the who, you should decide first whom you're trying to solve the problem to. So you want to know their demographics, what age they are, where do they live, what different area distribution do they have, what is their income, and then you want to know their psychographics. What are their interests? What pleases them? And then you have to look at the context, because the same people I am seeking to understand their pain again in the example of the horse, people in the context of an urban area riding horses are completely different from people living in an adjacent village, which is rural, are completely different from people who are living in underserved villages. So the context or the environment is very important. I cannot judge people, I cannot understand my customers without putting the demographics and the psychographics in context. Then I can identify for them two things. What are their problems and pains, and what are their aspirations? What are their goals? Okay, so in the case of the horse, we understood that the pain is controlled, but they were actually with that pain aspiring for more status. Hence, they had large carts, they had, as we said before the break, golden plated carts, leather couches inside the cart. This is an aspiration, it's a goal. We need to understand our customers from both sides. Not what are the gains, what are the goals. I know the gains. I'm seeing him because he's doing it now. He's getting to work. That's the gain. He's moving from point A to point B. That's the gain. But the pain is he's out of control. He can't control the time every time. And he's trying to make it look more luxurious. So his aim or his aspiration is to have control. When he have control, he wants to be lavish. Now we move to the what. What is he doing now? Because we reverse engineering our customer. So we see who the customer is. We don't start with the why. We want to demystify the why. We want to know why is he doing this. So we look at the horse riders. What are their tasks? What are their jobs? They're going out. They're going to work. They are doing sports. They are traveling. These are the jobs and the tasks. What are their objectives? Move from point A to point B. Be at point B in a good time, in a good condition. I don't want to arrive point B sweating and looking like hell. What are the resources I have? One horse, two horses. Do I go riding on the horse, or do I have one horse but I have a cart? What are the resources? This again will show me the pains and the gains. That's where I look at the gains now. So as you see, pains are redundant again here, but we look at it from a different angle. So we have the pain based on whom the customer is. And we have the pain based on what is he doing. And when we understand him from a demographic, psychographic part, we look at his aspirations, his goals. But now, when we look at him subjectively from what he's doing, we can understand what he's benefiting. We write this down. This is all from the observation. Once we did that, we move on to the how. The how here is meant with both cognitions and emotions. So what do our customer know about the horses? They know that they are noble animals. They know that they are loyal. That's why they love them. So the cognitions informs us with the emotions. These are two very strong things. So Ford would have never moved the people from the horse unless he demystified it. So we look at how do they deal with the horse? What are their cognitions? What are their emotions? And thus, what are their actions? Are they kind? Are they aggressive? Are they keen? Are they upset? What are their actions? And with that set of actions, emotions, and cognitions. What are their perceptions? Perceptions is the horse is my friend. The horse is an ideal symbol of wealth and nobility. But what are my expectations? I'm expecting him, or I'm expecting it to get me fairly in time. So the expectations and perceptions are going to resonate with the pains, the gains, and the goals on the fringe of the wheel. You will only, there are a lot of redundancy, but you only have to write them out like that to properly understand your customer so that you can find needs and insights. Then, why is he doing this? How? What is his motivations? What are his needs? What drives him to do that? How does his aspirations, which is the goals, align with this drive? And are there any incentives, or can we use any incentives to move him out? Henry Ford, when he understood all of this, when he came to sell the car to people, he understood that they will not understand the control part as much as they will translate it, because that's the expectation part. That's their need, into speed. So he told them that this car is equivalent to 20 horses. And this is the only analogy in physics that is still true. The candle, the light candle, all the other examples are dead. We have pure scientific, except in cars until now. We measure the car with the number of horses. You go and buy a car, you tell you this is a 104 horsepower. Any motor, even the air condition, your refrigerator, your water pump is using horsepower, equivalent of number of horses. Because he understood that was the why. The motivation is people want horses, but they need control. The drive is they want to be in control of their time. They want to be disciplined. They want to be productive. Their goals were to keep the animal, keep noble. So he incentivized them. He told them, take all of this. If you buy this car, you can multiply it by 20. And it's cheaper. And you can still keep the horse. I'm not killing the horse. Is that clear? So we use the insight wheel to analyze, as one way of analyzing the data that we got back from the observation and the engagement. Eventually, when we analyze it like that, we will find ourselves grouping the people in what we call personas. So we will find that 10 out of the 50 people that we asked and observed have similar insights wheel. So we say this is one persona. We give it a name. So we represent those 10, those 15, those 100 users with a person. We call it a persona. We give it a name, and we write down on that sheet the who, the what, the how, and the why. So after observing and interviewing, say, 500 prospect customers, we end up having 2 or 3 personas that are clear. We have everything about them. We know their demographics, representation of their demographics, three personas that represent the entire demographics. We understand their psychographics, their interests, their habits, what is their different contexts. So by having 3 or 4 names that we can deal with, we understand our customers. The goal of empathy, after doing all this, is to identify pains and needs and have insights that justify or explain those needs. And Ford has a very, very famous quote. He says, if I had asked people, not observed them, if I had asked people what they wanted, they would have told me faster horses. The user translates the pain into the closest value he already has. That almost usually is not the right solution. So we don't ask people, we observe and engage. And in the concept of giving them the minimum viable product or the main value proposition, we start with a product as the one in the picture. This is the very first card. It's very, very, very similar to a cart that is driven by horses. He could have made it a closed car from the beginning, but he intentionally made it like a cart. So that when he tells them this cart is a 20 horse, there is a reason, because from his notices, something very weird. You cannot tie more than 8 horses to a cart. They dysfunction. They disagree together. The maximum number of horses collaborating on a single cart are 8. So he made the initial cart with the transmission, with everything, like a cart. That was the first cart, the one you see in the picture. And when because he understands the why, he gave them the incentive. He told them, you see, this is a 20 horse power cart, not car. So how do we analyze all the data we gathered? The first one is the insights wheel to come up with persona. Then for every persona, we gather all our observations. From the observations, we write on the left, what did they say and what did they do, with sticky notes. This is a true picture from life in IBM. IBM is big on using design thinking as an approach to launching new products and innovation. So we write, what do people say and do on one side, either the bottom of the page or the left of the page, for that given persona. So we said we have 500 people, we turn them in 3 personas. So every persona has something like 150 responses that more or less resonates with it. So we put one persona, we give her a name, and then we get all the responses and the stories and what we got from the 150. And we write, what did they say from observation? What did we see them do? And what did we see them say? And on the other side, from the stories, how did they feel? And what were their cognitions? The cognition, what were their thinks? So the cognition is what they think. The feeling is their emotions. We have that on the insight wheel. When we compare the says to the do's, we uncover the problems. Usually people say what they don't do. They say something and they do something else. Examining this against each other actually reveals the pain points. Then when we go and look at their actions, their cognitions, and their emotions, we start understanding their pain. So the empathy ends with us having what we call insights, which is the justifications of the pains or the explanation of the context of the pain and the set of pains that we want to solve. So instead of, this is the opposite of the customer discovery. Instead of assuming something and then getting out back and forth, back and forth, back and forth until the customer corrects us, we start by watching the customer, reverse engineering the customer to understand his pains. Then we start ideating and going back to validate. Want to share with you. I will stop the sharing because there is a voice, and I don't think when I made the first share, it was optimized for video. Oh no, they don't now give me this. Oh, layout and options. Share sound, optimize for video clip. Okay, share. This is a real movie that was actually built by IDEO, one of their healthcare clients, to prepare for the empathy phase in order to uncover the main problems they had in that big, huge hospital. So let's watch the movie. You hear the music? Can everybody hear the audio? Because I don't hear the audio here.
No audio.
No audio, weird. Let me see what is the problem here. A minute. You can hear the voice now, right? Now we have audio. People are telling me they can't see the video. What is going on? Do you see the video now? Can everybody see the video?
Yes, we can see the video.
Okay, now is it playing audio as well? Yes. Can everybody see and listen? Sorry, guys, I don't know what happened, but actually the movie finished and then this thing started going like crazy. Anyhow, so let me play just the last part of the movie. I just want to show the controls. Anyhow, the end of the movie actually is showing, is actually asking us a very important question, which is, if you feel what they feel and listen to what they listen, would you treat them differently? This is the essence of empathy. It's not just about understanding them, it's about putting yourself in their shoes. And this was done for Cleveland Clinic, a huge healthcare project in the States, that they wanted to redefine all the problems. So before they started the empathy, they came up with this movie. When we do that, when we uncover insights and we uncover needs, we can move on and define the problem. Usually we reframe the problem because we start with an initial challenge, but after doing all the empathy, we create what we call the point of view, POV, which is the human-centered problem statement. This is very important. A human-centered problem statement is easy for you to write. We write it for every persona. So we said they have 3 personas. We end up with 3 problem statements, or maybe 3 for every persona. We put them all on the wall and we start synthesizing them until we come to the main root problem. And usually it's written in this format.
The trainer have a technical issue in the internet, and you will be back very soon.
Sorry, guys, can you hear me like that? So, as we said, the definition is a very straightforward part. We use this formula: user, the name of the user, needs to, and the actual pain that we uncovered. And then we use a conjunction word, because, but, surprisingly, and we put the insight that justifies or contradicts, that explains what is going on. This human-centered approach starts, this human-centered problem definition is your start of the next step. This is where everybody will collaborate on, and we use it to ideate. In ideation, we usually think outside of the box. We use different techniques. Why? We want to generate as many ideas as possible. We generate as many ideas as possible to the solution of the human-centered problem. We defer judgment. We don't judge on it now. We just, our main, and we don't go into details. We just generate as many ideas as possible. The techniques are brainstorming, brainwriting, worst idea possible. Sometimes if there is a blockage, we invert the process. The team starts sitting down and how can we do the worst solution ever? Then people get free of the blockage. And one of the methods we use, the most famous one, it's one of 100 methods maybe, but the most famous one to generate ideas creatively and genuinely is using what we call Scamper. Scamper is an acronym that stands for substitute. So we look, people are having this problem now. What do we substitute in what they are doing to solve this problem? Can we combine something else with it? Can we adapt a different approach? Or modify how they are doing it now to solve it? Maybe we get something else and we put it to another use, or eliminate parts of the process and change the perspective, or maybe reverse it. For example, Uber matches cars with riders. I want to do the same thing for maybe heavy transportation. So now I'm taking the same concept of Uber and see how do I apply it on maybe moving agricultural produce without having to have a fleet, providing a service like that. You get what I mean? So these are the things we use to generate ideas: substitute, combine, adapt, modify, put to another use, eliminate, and reverse. When we come up with enough ideas, we then can start comparing them to the actual problem solution, problem statement we have. Then we can start judging them because we can compare them to each other. Usually what happens is that we draw them down, we maybe combine a couple of ideas together, and we end up having one or two things that we really feel that are strong. So now we move into what we call prototyping, and it's like the picture. We do rapid prototypes. What is a rapid prototype? It's an inexpensive version of the problem solution. We do it with paper, cardboard, clay. It doesn't have to be functional at the beginning. We want to see it physically in order to feel if the solution is right or not, and as well to show it to customers. The customers, the very customers that we observed, and those people who we interviewed. We share it with the different teams and we come up with what we want. So that's what we call rapid prototypes. Be careful that there are technology prototypes. These are code. We don't do at this phase, we do not do technology prototypes. This is not what we do. What happens? Okay? There are functional prototypes. These come before you go to production. This again is not a rapid prototype. And there are fabrication prototypes. Those of you who are going to do hardware, they have to submit a functional built to scale prototype to the manufacturer who's going to produce it to you. After we do the rapid prototyping, materials are simple. Paper, as I said, foam core, polyester foam, thermoplastic sheets, polyethylene boards, wood, clay, graphics and paint, and my favorite is paper. My favorite of them all is paper. Once you did your prototype, you can start testing it with your customers, gather feedback, question against the criteria with your customer, discuss it with your customer, and decide whether you're going to produce something or you're going to jump back to any of the steps. And remember, you have to do a lot of iterations. To sum all of this up again, how does it work? Again, of course, it's very much like the customer discovery. It's the same thing. You need to get out to the customers. But this time you get out to the customers to understand them. So you focus on understanding them and reframing the problem and showing them a prototype, assess and iterate. Again, we have a quote from Einstein. It is not about insanity this time. It's about trying to understand the problem, understand the people very much before you come up with a solution. Because as he frames it, we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. Most of the problems that you are trying to solve are human-made. They were created as a result of another thing, as a complication of another product. You cannot solve them if you're thinking in the same way. That's why design thinking is about understanding the people and the context first. Finally, one of the biggest companies that is deploying design and design thinking for years now, for decades, thanks to Steve Jobs, has a very, very informative quote. Design is not like what people think. It's not what it looks like and feels like. Design is how it works. It's not about the aesthetics. It's about the functionality as well. So after you do that and you have something good, we start a live prototype, which is a functional prototype, but on a scale for you to revise a roadmap. Against that roadmap, you can assess your resources. What are the activities? What are the capabilities? You're building your business model. Build partnerships. If you need funding, what's your strategy going to be? Are you going to seek early funding? You're going to wait to Series A. And in all cases, you need to create a pitch. That's what we're going to be talking about tomorrow. Launch a pilot. You see, we go bits and pieces. Nobody just launches in the market, not even in the customer discovery. We go on single small pieces, one step at a time. Define success. To summarize the entire thing today, you need to be agile and get busy, which means you need to focus on the core things and be iterative and quick. You need to get out of the office. As I said, entrepreneurship doesn't happen in offices. Iteration is a must, whether you're doing customer discovery or you're using design thinking. And pivoting is not a failure. If you need to pivot, you pivot. Don't fall in love with your idea. Pivot is not a failure. You're not here to project your thoughts on the customer. You're here to serve the customer. Finally, Steve Blank defines what we call the 9 sins of startups. The first one, I know what customer wants. You don't know what the customer wants until you empathize with him, or you assume something and go and validate, go back and forth. You don't know. I know what features to build. You don't know what features to build. It's not about features. It's about value. Focusing on a launch date. I have to launch on the 1st of December. You have to launch when you are ready. Yeah, you have to launch as soon as possible. This doesn't mean you take ages, but you don't put a date and say, I'm going to launch on that date. Maybe you can launch before it, or maybe to do it, you will launch after it. Execution instead of testing, learning, and iterating. You do not execute fully until you test, learn, and iterate. This is where the educated guesses, this is where the calculated risk comes in. 5, presume no trial and error. 6, confusing job titles with the startup needs. I found a lot of startups. I am the CEO, he is the CTO, he is the CMO. You don't have any company yet. Well, you want to use titles, you're happy, okay, but you should not be saying, we will do everything. If there is shit hitting the fan, we will all clean the shit. There's no job titles. Our main focus is to understand the customer, solve a problem, have that solution repeatable out to the market. Sales and marketing execute to a plan. This is what we call premature scaling. We only do that after we do a live prototype and we do a pilot and we get feedback and we adjust and we validate that there is a scale. We start becoming a company. And don't put yourself to manage by crisis. If you do any of these 8 sins, you will automatically fall in the 9th sin, which is management by crisis. This leads you to the valley of death. The startup is going to fail. Thank you for listening. These are my credentials. And if you need anything, we can communicate with me through Jaya, through Saif and the colleagues. And hopefully tomorrow I see you in the same time where we will talk. We will start with a quick 15 minutes to reflect on what we said today. If anybody have questions, specifically people who had to leave and are going to watch the recording afterwards, we will start with something like 15 minutes Q&A about the session of today, and then we will go on to the art and science of pitching, how to tell your story. Any questions? Thank you for listening, and I hope it was enjoyable. I know it's a lot to cram in one session, but that's how the boot camps work. I look forward to see you tomorrow, and I hope that you enjoyed this session and that you found it useful and that you can take good advice and good insights out of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Ashraf. Great and shiny session as usual. Can't wait for the next session tomorrow, inshallah.
Inshallah. Well, thank you, Saif. Thank you all. And thank you on the recording to everybody who's going to be watching the recording. And as I said, we will start tomorrow with a Q&A about today, and then we will go on to the second part. Thank you very much, and have a lovely evening.
Thank you. Thank you for all of you. Waiting to you for the next session tomorrow at I think we have different timing in different countries, so we will send you the specific time in the email, inshallah. Thank you and goodbye.